Oh, baby, you got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. But you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. You say he's just a friend. You say he's just a friend. So how's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing fine. Kimberly, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I wonder whatever happened to that guy who sang that song. What was his name? Orange, isn't it? The guy who's saying, "Oh, baby, you got what I need." I should do a show on, like, I know that they have other shows like that, like um, oh, he did. Well, I was struck, so I couldn't come on. So, yeah, Marky or something, right? Yeah, I wonder what happened to him. Tell you what I was getting into while I was, struck and watching stuff, which normally, like, I really never really watched, but I was watching it. I don't know what brought me to it, but it was the America's Got Talent. I'll tell you what, that Simon Cowell, him and his crying gets me crying. I mean, I thought he was supposed to be like this real jerk, from before, but it seems like, I don't know if he softened up a bit or what, but I mean, like, my God, he's so sensitive. Because I never really watched the show, and I'm like, wow, he's crying at everything. Maybe I was just watching the one. Oh, he passed away, did he? Really? Wow. I have to look that up. I think it's so sad when people, they get their like 15 seconds of fame, kind of, and then they end up passing away and something that they probably reached for their whole life. It was like right within their fingertips, and then it's snatched away. But then, I'm sure that there's a part of them that tells them, and be thankful for, this much of it, always trying to rationalize diet and blessings, just always trying to rationalize. Oh, he did. What a shame. What did he die of? What did he do though after his that, which still to this day, if that starts playing in a bar, people will start singing that out loud. Oh, baby, you got what I need. And they will sing that out loud. There's some songs that are real, bar favorites like Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. No, it was a week. Tell you who else I was watching. Yep, closing time. Tell you who else I was watching was a biography on River Phoenix. How sad. How sad. I really feel like he didn't know how to read. That's what I think. That he didn't know how to read, and that he never had gotten to be a little kid. And I just, there's so many times I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna do some research on, maybe this could be like a good topic, and I'll start doing research on it, and I'm like devastated. I'm like, oh my God, that's so sad, you know, like devastation. Has anybody like heard of that singer from America's Got Talent? Or is it Nightbird? Was that her, Nightbird? Well, I did. Anyway, I heard of her. Um, I know, I saw it all. Everybody's still fighting, still fighting, still fighting, still fighting. And well, you know the one that I sent you the song for, Hidden Blessings. That song, It's Okay, Nightbird. I was in a live stream tonight, and I saw somebody in there, and they were straight up and up lying, like saying that Tiffany had started my GoFundMe for me. And anybody who's like, who can read could have gone to my GoFundMe and seen that it was started by my daughter. It wasn't started by Tiffany. So in the meantime, while I was blocked and couldn't like, you know, straighten that lie out, and I'm blocked, and this person's sitting in there lying to somebody whom I thought was smarter than that, and could actually see, well, this person's going to sit in my live stream and lie straight to our faces, and we've got that woman blocked, and this woman here isn't blocked, and she's lying straight to our face. And I realize that, it's really not about what people have in common with each other. Like, you know, it was more about the fact that, oh, so I don't take that, I don't hate the same person that you hate. But here's the thing, I don't really hate anyone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that's, I can't sit in a live stream, or host a live stream where the whole live stream is bashing somebody. No, my daughter did. I didn't even know these guys, then. I didn't even know them. Tiffany did not start my GoFundMe. My daughter did. I mean, Tiffany is basically a like complete stranger to me. I'd never even met her. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people will go, "Oh, how do you feel about Tiffany faking cancer?" I don't know. Ask me how I feel about the other people accusing me of faking cancer or having Munchausen syndrome or any of that shit. I mean, like, there's a lot more to it. But I'll tell you what. At the end of the day, here's what it really boils down to. She did help raise money for it. Yeah, she did. But she didn't start it. And she didn't sabotage it. That was Jules who sabotaged it. I'm sorry, I saw that lie in there too, that I sabotaged my own GoFundMe. That doesn't even make sense. I mean, no, it was November 12th, 2020, and Jules went around telling people I had Munchausen syndrome, hence the Munchie account, and was running a racket and was demanding everybody's money back. And that's a fact. And there is screenshots and videos to prove it. So regardless of it, what anybody says or, anything more on the outside of it, here's the real thing. Here's the real dealio. I was watching that Jenny Apple video where, she's in the hospital and it was like her last video, her last live stream, and she was dying. I know I probably shouldn't have watched, but I did. And then I watched another one, another person, it was their last video. They were dying. And then I watched another one. It was their last video. And they were saying goodbye. And they were dying. And in most of them, there were just a person on here on YouTube that was just doing what they were doing. Just like myself, I was doing my officer-involved shootings and karaoke. And sometimes, serial killers or, relationships, whatever it was, I was just vlogging. I didn't know these people that claim I was a certain kind of way before. They don't know me. They didn't know me before I had cancer. And anybody with a brain can go back and look and see. There's nowhere where I'm mentioning trivia, talking about cryptids, you know what I mean? There was nothing to do with that. There's nothing. There's no proof to come out. And, if I say, Jules, stop saying I'm terminal. If I'm terminal, you're terminal. Well, she is terminal. We're all terminal. Those aren't death threats, Jules. I do know the reason why I sent you to just record Vern saying he was going to cut my head off. That was a death threat. But you justified that with saying what I did to him. I deserved it, basically, I guess. I don't know him. I didn't do anything to him. For WhatsApp to say I can't wait till she's permanently gone is gross. It's gross. Gross. Well, I hope you the best of luck for it. And blessings. I really do. I mean, and you're looking at, people like Jenny Apple, and she had, a nice husband and nice, a life, a good channel, good supporters. Not people who wouldn't talk to her because they would be harassed. She didn't have that going on. She didn't rub shoulders with shit people. I'm not saying that I only have rubbed shoulders with shit people. There's a lot of good people. But I'm going to tell you that there's some shit people. I'm not saying that she was immune to being harassed. She certainly was. I saw a lady sitting there 2 weeks after she died, bashing her husband, saying he should take that GoFundMe down. Oh, really? Are they saying that they don't have transportation for you, Hidden Blessings? I saw another woman sitting there harassing another lady with cancer, saying, if you don't have cancer anymore, you're not a cancer patient. And I just gotta wonder, what the fuck is wrong with you? I saw a lady with cancer, an active cancer now, an active treatment, say SG can't shut the fuck up about cancer. No, you can't change the fucking channel and listen to what you want to listen to instead of fucking insulting somebody else with cancer. See, you're the one in the wrong there. I could talk about whatever the fuck I want. If you don't know how to change your fucking channel, I don't know what to fucking tell you. But who the fuck in the right mind keeps sitting there? But they don't give you it's a one-way trip they give you? A one-way trip. Are you fucking kidding me? A one-way trip? They give you a one-way fucking trip, really? They give you a one-way trip. Now, here's the thing. So here we've got Hidden Blessings, who lives on a limited income. Breast cancer survivor. And forgive me for saying this, Hidden Blessings, because you know I don't think it's true. A one-titted freak, as some people would like to refer somebody as. Remember? Nothing wrong with saying that, is there? To somebody with a mastectomy? Nothing wrong with that, is there? Nah. And yet I've seen a one-way trip. Is that for real? Wow. Oh, by the way, stereotyping. Chosen One Community and Tish. I'm curious. Why do you think that Hidden Blessings is black? I'm not letting it bother anybody. I'm just curious about the stereotyping of that. Like, I'm curious. Why would they think that you're black? Is it because you live in Detroit? And when I spoke about Tony Timpa, because in the beginning of a video that somebody has up, it's me saying, why didn't anybody say his name? Was it because he's white? You do know that I feel really strongly about the brutality. The fact that you say, somebody, a particular person says, notice the race baiting there. No, there's no race baiting. But do you notice that you didn't even acknowledge Tony Timpa? Well, of course that's why, Hidden Blessings. Of course it is. But why didn't they acknowledge Tony Timpa? So they can acknowledge where you live, hidden blessings. They can acknowledge that you're night owl, right? And your hidden blessings now. And then say that you're black and basically you're going against your, ancestry for being my friend. There's still 31 people here that 30 won't speak. Right, because they stereotype. Stereotype. I know how it makes hidden blessings feel, crosstalker. I know exactly how it makes her feel. I know exactly how it makes me feel. Now, you've been around for a while. How come when anybody's saying one titty pity party or one titted freak anywhere, how come you've never said anything anywhere? No, I want to know why you would never ask anyone else who said it. How come you've never said before how disgusting of a comment that is? I mean, I know you've heard me say it many a time. Ain't no use for a one-titted freak. Okay? What's up? You're writing all the time, one titty pity party. So I want to know. And I've seen you around, crosstalker. No, 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 no. I'm asking you why you've never acknowledged the fact of how fucking disgusting it is. How hidden blessings and I have thought it was disgusting, but you think you're going to come in here and try to turn it on me. I mean, okay? Crosstalker, hippie chick. How come you never typed any of this shit in the people's chats who said that shit? Well, you don't think it's wrong when they're making fun of somebody that's bald? Where were you? Where were you, crosstalker? So you came in here to type, but not to acknowledge that you never... What are you, fucking stupid, crosstalker? Oh, I get it. So it's okay for anybody else to fucking rant and rave about being called this, that, and the other thing. But we can't specifically say exactly what disgusted us. One-titted freak, right? One-titty pity party. We don't get to say those words, or that makes us like them. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? I mean, if you think anybody's, like, stupid, we're not. I mean, seriously. Yeah, they're still insulting us. Right. Hey, crosstalker, why do you think they think Night Owl is black? Why do you think they think Night Owl is black? I'm really curious about that one. What made them assume that? Are they stereotyping? So do you ever come out with like a response to a question? Or do you just come in here acting like some kind of way and thinking it's going to make me feel some kind of way? I didn't say you had something to do with it. I'm just asking you a question. Why do you think they would assume Night Owl, Hidden Blessing, is black? Yeah, and I'm really still, uh, right. So don't you think that's kind of stereotyping somebody because they live in, Detroit? Like, what does that mean to stereotype somebody? Isn't that kind of out of line? I mean, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't even understand it. Why did they just assume that she was black and was being disrespectful to her ancestors? It just doesn't even like they still don't hear that Hidden Blessings is a cancer survivor, had a mastectomy, doesn't hear how irritated and angry it makes me that they don't acknowledge the fact that out here in this big wide world, people were called and heard, ain't no use for one-titted freaks. People see a clone going around or what's up going around saying one titty pity party, and people put laughing emojis up. See, they don't acknowledge that about Hidden Blessings, but they want to assume that she's black because they want to stereotype her, and they're just trying to make strife in a friendship. I'm very thankful for it too. But people say remission, and I'm not really sure I understand what remission is because it comes back. I saw Izzy put in parentheses in a comment saying, well, now after her so-called remission. I never said remission. They did. But they put in parentheses after her so-called remission. Nobody's ever fucking in remission, okay? They are always scared to death. They're scared to death because suddenly all that thought, like, there's heaven, there's heaven, there's a heaven. I believe in heaven. I believe in ghosts. I believe in life after death. Suddenly, you're not so sure. You're not so sure. And I looked at Jenny Apple's face, and man, she was fucking scared to death. She was scared to death. Scared to death. Diminution. Can you explain that word for me? I'm sorry, I'm not being funny. I just don't know. A temporary as much as these people want to run around and minimize, support and encourage this one person, and then say, as she won't shut the fuck up about cancer, since basically when I got it. I'm a real person. Hidden Blessings is a real person. People are real people. Calling somebody it is fucking gross. Saying, I can't wait till it is gone permanently, and hearting a comment like that. Do you know I'm scared to death of being gone permanently? Trying to erase every video and every fucking remnant of somebody that's doing nothing to you. I'm not doing anything to these people. I'm just trying to vlog my life like anybody else on YouTube. Go back, look at my videos. There's nothing about them there. I didn't know them. I'm just trying to be here for as long as I can. That's all it is. Jules, I never threatened your life. No, it isn't Hidden Blessings. Not from me. Anytime I stubbed my toe or had a hangnail or felt a pain, I thought, oh, it's back. Even they removed the port, the port that anybody can get. Cross soccer, I feel like I was attacked. And yes, I was totally innocent. I didn't say I didn't respond back, but that doesn't mean any of their behavior was warranted. There's nowhere in my videos where I was talking about them. Now, why would anybody wear a trash bag as clothing? Now, let me ask you something, crosstalker. Do you think I did something, or Hidden Blessings did something, or you did something to warrant trash bag fashion lover coming in here saying a stupid fucking thing like that? Or are we innocent? Or did we do something for some dumb fuck to come in here and say something fucking stupid? Nope, we didn't. You know why? Because it happens, because there's always some dumb fuck around, right? Always. Ask Khrushchev. I don't think you had a port for your treatment for diverticulitis. You might have had a colostomy bag, but not a port. So what are you trying to say? I had a port, but it was for something else. Now, were we sitting here like saying, hey, gee, I wish somebody would come in here and talk about, well, I didn't say you lied about it. I'm just saying, what are you trying to say? Because when I had diverticulitis, they were talking about a colostomy bag, not a port. I mean, if that was the case, they would have, been able to use the port to give me treatment. But instead, when I got put in the hospital for diverticulitis, I was lucky to escape a colostomy bag. So, yeah, I'm really kind of perplexed about why they wouldn't have just said, no worries, we can just use your port to get rid of, you know. Oh, I'm not saying that there's not ports for illnesses besides cancer, but were they going to pull fecal matter out of your port? I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just saying, I know that I ended up in the hospital with diverticulitis. I had a port. They talked about giving me a colostomy bag because it has something to do with your. What do you mean, what? Well, I know how ports work. Okay. So, were you having a problem going to the bathroom? I mean, if you already had a port and then you had diverticulitis, I think, they could use it to administer, medication. But if you don't have a port, I don't think a port is their first go to resolve something when you can't go to the bath. Okay. I mean, you could type all this in like a response of exactly what you're talking about, but see, you're not. You could be typing in, yeah, but this happened, and then they had to do this, and then they had to do that, and this, that, and the other thing. But see, but you're not. You're just saying, why would you even say that? That is not how ports work, SG. As if I don't know how ports work. They don't pull fecal matter out that way. Yeah. obviously. That's what I'm saying. I can't, like a logical response. Like, did they do their homework? Do they know I was in the hospital right after my first? Thank you, hidden blessing. I've been seeing a lot of people, where they've been talking about what's going on with their friend that they're arguing with now. Well, better than a colostomy bag then, crosstalker, so that's good. I want people also who are saying, you know, you're gonna get through this, and when there's like 80 people who will leave comments, insincere comments, by the way, because they'd have those same comments for somebody else with the same, for everybody else. They wouldn't be picking and choosing who they wanted to try to slam. They're insincere comments. Now, it doesn't mean that somebody horrible or insincere won't go on to live a very happy, happy long. Thank you, heaven blessings. Thank you. Go on to live, like a very happy, happy long life. I do know that there's probably people who are there, like, and they've got like young toddlers, and they got to be like in their head like, oh my God, I can't even believe this. I'm not going to see my kid grow up. I'm not going to see this. I'm not going to see that. And then they've got to convince themselves, yes, I will. I'll be able to watch them from heaven. And they've got to want to hope to believe all that. And at the end of the day, all of that aside, all of those fairy tales aside, they're fucking scared to death. It's not like they're going into, battle as a soldier and they might come out alive. This Jenny Apple, the doctor came in and said, this is it. And that's wonderful, crosstalker. You didn't have to get that, because that's wonderful. And, and I don't mean to jump on you, because I had the pour already. So it could be that, if I didn't have it, they might have said, we need to put this in order to, administer a medicine to make you go to the bathroom so that we don't have to do the colostomy bag. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean to jump on anybody or anything, but quite often, nowadays, a lot of us are kind of looking at people side-eyed. And I don't mean to, because quite frankly, I like people. I really do. I really do. Yeah, not only women, too. There was one, he was a guy, he fixed stuff on YouTube. He was in his 30s. That could be, too, But I already had the port, so, my apologies, but I hope you understand. Because quite frankly, I'm very, it's not really at everybody. It's not at people, really. I'm just angry, man. I'm angry at, and then I'll try to, like, justify things in my head. I'll be like, oh, people, they got other things. There's things worse. I mean, blah, blah, blah. I really do. I mean, it's really quite the influx of things. It is quite the influx of feelings. And I hate that. I wish people really knew. Like, I mean, I get it that in these, life after death, what is it? The near death experiences where, somebody will come and they'll tell you this story, but the bottom line is they came back. Thank you, Kimberly. Like they came back. And I don't know, I keep like being mad of myself for calling myself Survivor Girl. Mad at myself for that. Yeah, stupid. I know it's stupid. I'm mad at myself for standing on my porch that day and saying to myself, what could I want? I have the apartment that I liked. I have a convertible I like. I have a job that I like. I'm on this Ibrax or something like that. I think it's like a chemo pill. And then tamoxifen citrate. And trying the RSO oil. But I really do think that a lot of people do know that encouragement and well wishes and positive thoughts really do. Well, it's treatment, but it's not, like chemotherapy. Well, I don't know, it's pills, chemotherapy, I guess. Um, Encouragement and nice, kind things really do matter. Really does. And when people just don't know right from wrong, like that it's wrong to heart a comment saying, I can't wait till she's permanently gone. Mother Nature will take its course swiftly. That's just fucking mean. I'd delete that. I would delete something like that. I would never in a million years heart something like that. I'd never. It would never, ever, ever even be like a second thought. Yes. It does, Kimberly. Hi, Ministry. And here's the thing, though, with the medications and stuff. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Let's just take Jenny Apple, for instance, in her 30s, just had babies, happy, healthy, beautiful. Tried all kinds of different things, right? I can't help but think that sometimes it's the medication that made her that sick. Because at the end of the day, they all end up going, it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. And when they die, they go, it didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. Did you guys see that lady Nightbird on America's Got Talent? And she sang that song, It's Okay. And I thought to myself, like, that's the thing that so many times, no matter what it is, not even if it's just cancer, no matter what it is, if something happens in our life and we're trying to, like, fan our eyes and stop the tears, or, we're trying to talk ourselves away from it, and we're going, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's all right, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And she said, we can't wait. I probably don't have the words exactly right, but she said, we can't wait for life to get better before we start being happy. But I want people to know that you do play a role. It's really easy for people to say, ignore that and ignore this and ignore that. I know, crosstalker, but sometimes, like, I'll see other people that have said they didn't even take any, treatment, and they're still alive, and I just don't know, but I can't help but question, like, why? Like, why? Why? And then there's this woman, like from Jamaica that doesn't even know that family, and having her, thank you, Tootsie, thank you, Tootsie. Having a live stream saying, oh, it's 2 weeks later, he should take his, the GoFundMe down. And then another one talking about another lady with cancer saying, oh, and the ugly clothes she's wearing. It's like this person is just probably doing everything they can to get dressed. And then them putting down, Jenny and her husband for being live, like that last little bit there, and get off there, so blah, 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 right? You know how much it took for that woman to be in front of the camera like that? Do you think that her husband didn't want to say, I just want to hold you forever and never let you go? But do you know that probably in that woman's head, she probably was like, I can be live. This isn't real. I'll still be here. This isn't real. This isn't real. There's no way. I mean, she literally was like saying, so if you guys have any ideas for what, you want, you know how surreal it is? Nobody with cancer has the fucking right to say to somebody else with cancer or without cancer that this person won't shut the fuck up about cancer, especially when they've been fucking struck for 7 days and haven't said a word, haven't been able to say a word against people who were saying Mother Nature will work swiftly and then she'll be gone. Right, hidden blessings. They just shouldn't say anything. Hey, it can't be as much up in the air as the shit that he prescribed me that at the end of the day he said it didn't work. But I will tell you what, they did say, which they haven't done yet, that they were going to send me uh, some, information about all that stuff. And, they know, I'm telling you right now, I don't think that there's any cure for cancer. I think, in my opinion, that we all probably have it in some way, shape, or form. And it's bad cells. That's just my opinion. But let's think about it. Like, say there was a haircut that lasted for your life, right? And there was a hairdresser that said, I'm going to give you this haircut and you're never going to need to get your haircut again. Probably ain't going to give a haircut to people. What good would that do them, right? You know? It's not like anybody's going to say, oh, here's this car and you'll never have to have it fixed ever again. They wouldn't put it out. It's not cost effective. They are never going to put something out that's going to say, even the prescription that, I'm using now, he said if you didn't have any insurance, it's $18,000 for 21 pills. Can you believe that? I said, wow, it probably works great, huh? I'll be cured in no time. He said, well, no, nothing's guaranteed. Oh, except the price. Nothing's guaranteed, but they'll charge that much. I went up onto a panel the other night, last night, by the way, where they were all bashing me. Do you think they let me on? Do you think they let me in? I was blocked, so I couldn't defend myself. The other one at least let me on the panel, but then, told me basically, we're not talking about that right now. And then, I'm blocked, but then the whole rest, it's like, oh, cancer, SG. But this other one here, they were all, oh, everybody welcome, blah, blah, blah. In the meantime, they got the troll account of my, fifth grade best friend and shit, and they're talking smack. They dropped the link. I got no other choice but to hit the link because I can't type in there to defend myself ever. Hit that, and what happens? Suddenly, all these mouths with all of their so-called proof and everything don't want to confront me on their channel physically. Why? If you're going to type all that stuff, if you're going to say all that stuff, why can't you just say it right to me? Here I am. What information? I know it's probably something I just said 10 seconds ago and totally already forgot. What information, Kimberly? So sorry. I really appreciate you guys because a conversation is a conversation, and everybody should be able to have conversations with people. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, my fifth grade friend, they must have gone through my frickin' Facebook. Must have gone through my Facebook. Isn't that gross, though? Isn't that absolutely disgusting? I mean, like, they're all going on with the center of a con. Oh, she knows all about you. You're liquid. I'm telling you right now, there were 2-bedroom apartments. There was no 2-parent family with 3 kids that the father was a police officer that lived in those apartments. There wasn't. That's a lie. Center of a con is lying. I lived there 20 years. They are 2-bedroom apartments. There was never any 2-parent family with 3 kids that the father was a cop that was my neighbor there in 20 years. Never. That is a lie. On the hair of everything I love, the Central Rubicon is lying. Right. And it's always towards a certain person, or when they say, if she stops, we'll stop. So, I mean, right there, you're, calling yourself plural. I mean, that's bullying. But at the end of the day, I really, none of their, none of their, and I'm not saying this like as if, none of their stuff matters, but I have tried and tried, and no compliments that I say, no well wishes that I say are ever taken serious at any time, any time whatsoever. Are they ever taken serious? It's like, oh, and even if you apologize, it's just, it's like, but it isn't. It isn't. It's really, truly heartfelt, but, uh, you know, unless these people who consistently are saying, I'm running a grift, I'm scamming, go fraud me, I'm this, I'm that, could they please put some real proof out about that? Could they just put some real proof out about it? Or just agree to disagree? And if you can't well wish somebody, don't, I mean, really, because it's really indicative of, the person, if they're going to sit there and, be like just cruel. Mother Nature will take its course swiftly. Who hearts a comment like that? Who does that? Who does that? Just because you're trying to dehumanize somebody by referring to them as it doesn't mean that I'm not a human being. I'm a human being, and I really wish well. And I'm not gonna lie, and I know a lot of people say, oh, she just says this she really kisses this person's ass and this person's ass and this and that. But I just want people to know, I really am really impressed with. I like Janelle. I'm sorry, not like her, like creepy, like, you know what I'm saying? I just, and I know sometimes, I mean, I'm not always the best judge of character. None of us are, but I do believe encouragement goes a long, long way. But I think that it is very impressive that this girl is, um, getting up. Or, I mean, seriously, she's very motivated and ambitious. And I just, I don't have any dislike. I know that she's got dislike for me, and I know that she's said it before. But that doesn't change the fact that if I see something in somebody and I want to say, hey, I think that's great, you know? I think it's great. I like the new name that she's come up with. Oh, I don't know, 32. I don't know how old she is or anything, but I just think it really sucks when people who want to, I mean, I'm a true, true believer in encouragement. I'll tell you why, because I was watching, I was watching high school quiz show, and these questions were really hard, and I was whipping through them, man. And I thought to myself, man, if I had just been encouraged. And I think a lot of people, if they had just been encouraged, and I get it that sometimes, parents, they also have their issues too, but I think that encouraging, I can't even believe that Hidden Blessings that they did away with you getting rides. That infuriates me, Hidden Blessings, because I wonder if they give rides both ways for people who have to go and get, methadone shots, or, whatever the shots are, Suboxone, that have to go in the morning and have to go get shots. I can't even imagine that they could provide daily rides for people, but you who needs, I can't even imagine. It just makes me so pissed off that any doctor that is, in doctoring for the reason why he should be like, well, that's fucking disgusting. I'll provide the ride home for you then. Because if he wants to save lives, then he should save lives. Hidden Blessings, I think you should call me tomorrow and we can make a three-way phone call there, because, no, 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 no. You actually do get it both ways in that one, Hidden Blessings, because they can go fuck themselves. See? Yeah. See, Hidden Blessings, there's something wrong right there. Yeah. That's another thing. I mean, like, there is just so many injustices in the world. I just can't even, like, even like River Phoenix. I'm sitting there and I'm, listening to his biography, and I'm like, you know, oh my God, I just want to, teach this kid how to read. Yeah, no, Hidden Blessings. There's somebody's telling you something wrong right there. They're telling you something wrong right there, Hidden Blessings. They're telling you something wrong. Same way we did with the hospital before. You call me tomorrow and we'll do it again, because they're telling you something fucking wrong right there. I always wanted to be able to have like a multiple bedroom house with. I wanted to be able to foster a family of kids. I didn't want, the kids to be split up. I wanted them to be all, you know, like from the same family, so they didn't have to worry about their siblings. And if they didn't learn love from their parents, I wanted to also be like a foster place for animals too. so that they could learn love from having to give it, because sometimes we don't always receive it. But I do believe that love, if nurtured early, that it can be a natural instinct. I think that naturally, I mean, I'm sure that there are things that, take place in utero, is that it? Like in like when somebody, okay, is pregnant, that could have, effect on somebody and how they act. But I feel like people can, just like how they say, oh, once that learning curve is over, then, it's over. Well, if they know that, then don't let them get over it. I'm really thinking about volunteering to, do one-on-one teaching people how to read. I think that I couldn't think of anything more isolating than not knowing how to read. I don't know if, there's 36 people here that just don't want to talk to us, hidden blessings, or they just don't think that the youth of tomorrow or that these subjects are relevant, or I don't know. I mean, the amount of like comments saying, things like SG did this and SG should shut the fuck up about cancer. You know, oh, you're putting lotion on. Oh my god, that's funny. And you know what? People wouldn't do that to you, hidden blessings. People don't do that. People are kind. People are kind. The people on here, when you're watching a woman say SG won't shut the fuck up about cancer, that was recently diagnosed with cancer. I'm literally blown away. Blown away. I'm blown away. They think that the more that they refer to me as it, that no matter, somebody recently diagnosed with cancer that I thought was like being nice to me recently. And it's just so weird to me because I'm like, wow, that's so fucking weird because I never had any interaction really with this person, and yet, so mean. It is deceptive to say that, hidden blessings. No, they said it, but I've been struck for the last time, but I just don't even understand, like, why, since, here's the thing, I'm going to talk about cancer because it's part of my life. It is part of my life. And I don't think it's a death sentence, because I think that no tomorrow is guaranteed. I think that people who have had stage 4 cancer have all of a sudden had a scan and it's clear. And then 3 months later, suddenly they're riddled with it. I've seen somebody just all of a sudden take their own life, that you're sitting there going, oh my God, I don't even understand that. Like, wow, I thought my life was bad, and here's this person with this life, and you sit there and you try to sit there and you are like, wow, I mean, wow. And you get so angry they lost their battle with depression. They lost their battle with cancer. They lost their battle with this. They lost their battle with that. Everybody's life is both good and bad. I really just don't think it's normal for anyone to write out words like, right, then don't watch the channel. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Like, run around acting like I don't have cancer? And then they're going to go, oh, she never even mentions cancer. Look at her. She's too healthy. I mean, no. The bottom line is, if anyone in the world can sit there and say, in my opinion, cancer isn't taking you soon enough, or this person's running a racket, they have Munchausen syndrome. I mean, about anybody, about anyone. I can't imagine. Now people can say, but look at the stuff you said, SG. I've been fighting cancer. Go back and look at my videos before I had cancer and tell me if I ever mention any of these people. Go back and look at their videos and see. Exactly, hidden blessings. And that's the thing, Kimberly. See, they got a lot of things to say to people. And I will go back and watch, because like it or not, like we are kind of part of the community, but I also get like emails from people or, text messages going, I cannot believe that there's every single person on that panel is just bashing you. It works both ways, crosstalker, but I can assure you, none of that would have been said. I don't know these people. I don't just come out and like attack people. But where did I initially attack them? It's normal to defend yourself. It is. It is what you gotta do. It is. Crosstalker, I expect people to not attack a complete stranger that's fighting cancer that they don't even know. I didn't attack those people. They attacked me. They're not defending themselves. This is a constant attack. It's never ended. This is an attack. There is nowhere where they're defending themselves. Prior to, I did not attack them. No. If you can show me where they could just, why don't they just let somebody fighting cancer just fight cancer? Do I tell people not to donate to them? Do I tell people that they're grifters? Do I do that? No. I mean, but they've done it since October 8, 2020. Well, that's because there is no proof of me ever attacking them, because it didn't happen. See, today, though, I was in somebody else's channel and was blocked and couldn't, like, even get up there. And I mean, I did get it. But, and then the other thing is, though, it's very frustrating, Kimberly. Like, I mean, it really hasn't. But if it was, like, just imagine for a moment, that you know what I mean, like that. Like I said, nobody knows how somebody else feels. You know. I mean, there's a lot of examples that can be given I mean, when I was looking at the, the other channels there that people had passed away from certain things, I really could not believe that there was a channel where 2 weeks after that lady had passed away, um, that they were saying, why is her? I just couldn't believe it because people just don't know how somebody feels. And Kimberly, what had happened was that throughout the entire time of being diagnosed with cancer, these people have called me either a fake or they've called me terminal. Not everyone, but I mean, you can go back on my videos and I guarantee you that I mean, but you could go back to prior to cancer and you'll see I didn't have a problem with anybody except for that one person who was saying they were going to cut my head off. MK11? No, I've never heard of that channel. I never heard of MK11. Mm-mm. Um, and then, yeah, and every single thing, but I mean, I could go far back and show you the videos that are there. It's all there in black and white. That's why I have so many videos, is because as much as, some people will go, oh, there's proof, there's proof, there's proof, right? I literally show it. Like Tish said, I did something to her before, this, and this. But here's the thing: is that first of all, I don't think that when you donate to somebody, okay. Here's the thing, though, Crosstalker. Did you go back on her community page and see that for the past 9 months, 10 months, how badly I've been spoken of there? Have you heard me doing that for almost the last year? But, I mean, do you see anything in comparison? Not to mention everywhere that they've left comments about me that are derogatory. Now, let me ask you, when they sit there and they say, Cindy Infinity goes, oh, and she twisted and turned, saying she didn't say it about Tisha's mother, but what she did was she talked so fast that we didn't know who she was talking about. No, I didn't ask to see any proof of her mother. I would never be so disrespectful. No. Why would I? Listen, if anything, what I said was, okay, where's your proof that this, because the fact of the matter is, I have cancer. Is there any reason why Tish should have been gone? Do you understand? I started crying on my panel when she wanted to come up, but supposedly it was to rip me a new asshole or whatever, I guess, after that whole GMA stuff, which I didn't even still know about the GMA stuff. I mean, after that is when Tish started putting all that stuff up. And Sharon, she was all like, fucking, get on with the commentary, do this, do that. And GMA was in there talking about their father dying of cancer, and I wanted to be, sympathetic to that. But apparently I did something wrong. And to me, it was all set up. To me, that was all set up. And at the end of the day, the video I was going to do commentary on, Sharon had already said it in her video prior to my live stream anyways, and given a heads up to the person so they could remove it. So it wasn't even there anyway at the end of the day. But then everybody, suddenly I'm this fucking bad person. I did something to teach. I mean, I don't even know, man. But I'm a person. I'm not it. I'm not meth G. I'm not a PEDO. I'm not an it. I'm a person with feelings. I'm somebody's mother too. As much as you call me it, it doesn't mean that I'm an it. I'm a person. I'm tired of everybody else's, like, oh, this feeling, that feeling, this feeling. Can you imagine if somebody said about your mother, at your mother's age, it's already spread. You've got less than, your mother has less than 2 years to live, so why is she even looking for a cure? Can you imagine if somebody put up the picture of somebody who, resembles your mother and said her head game is weak? Can you imagine if somebody put up a picture of your mother fighting cancer with her head superimposed on a monk and everyone laughed about it? Can you imagine? How about if everybody called your mother a PEDO or a meth head? How about if that? How about if everybody said about your baldness, your mother's baldness, anybody can get a haircut, and mop head and wig head and cue ball, but they gave, I didn't say everyone. No, I don't act like everyone in this community did these things. But you just acted like core Tish. Now you don't want to you don't want to acknowledge that Tish bashed the shit out of me for the past year. Ever since that GMA incident. I start crying in my live stream. She comes up. I think she's going to understand about fucking cancer. And instead, it didn't go along with what everybody in the live stream was saying. And that she was going up there to fucking whip my ass into shape, I guess. But I started crying, so it threw it off. Stupid fucking SG, right? Oh, I'm sorry. It. Stupid it. When is it going to die? Why is it even looking for a cure? Who the fuck does that shit? Where? Where's the recording of it? Is it up? Is it up? In full context? Where? Where? No. Because what happened was I was on a tangent, and I was talking about how this one's demanding proof of this, and then this one's calling Burger King on Maddie, and then this one's demanding proof of her mother dying because of her house, which was the Mosaic Mama, and it was you're right about that, Ministry. And then I said that I listened back and that it did sound like, it could be confused that I was saying that, so my apologies. But that didn't fit their narrative. That didn't fit their narrative. I've never taken one glimpse at that disrespectful death certificate. Never. Why would I not believe somebody who lied and said they were in Burger King in Detroit when they live in New York? I don't know. I'm not saying I didn't believe her. Just saying that, I don't know, has anybody looked on that? Like, what does it say the cause of death was? I never looked, to be honest with you. I know she said she was white. I don't know. I don't know what that matters. I don't know what any of this matters. But the bottom line is, sheesh, why would you tell me I have less than 2 years left to live? You know? How come you never had a fit when, Vern said the N word or Honeybee's Homestead said the N word? Full out and out. She doesn't think there's anything wrong with the word, and I mean, I don't understand, like, how is it possible that it only matters if SG puts her Cash App up, or if SG, mentions something? I don't even really realize. Even when Hidden Blessings did, then it became this whole lie of, that I was Hidden Blessings, and that was, Oh, and here's another thing. I notice a lot of people have been saying what kind of, maybe charities they would give to. The Orphan Wildlife Center. The Orphan Wildlife Center. Let me just tell you that, I don't know, if I could go there and help them with whatever they ever needed, that for 25 years or more, it's more than 25 years. More than 25 years, I've seen what they've done, those two people, and it's hard to feed animals that don't want to leave you. Like possums. And I don't know if I have a mod in Hidden Blessings. You're a mod, right? But I don't know if you know how to like look up the Orphan Wildlife Center. It is mental instability. But I mean, like, you know, They're really good if people like animals. And I even at one time saw somebody saying, and it goes right to her GoFundMe. No, it doesn't. That's a lie and a half. I mean, these people, they don't even have any kind of like thought process of lies, or they think if you call somebody it makes it not matter. I'd like to cross-talk her, but then I'd probably want to take them all home. But I'm really thinking about the reading, like teaching, like if there's kids that don't know how to read, or, they're behind in the, reading, I would really like to. That is something that I think is, man, that is so important. Reading is fundamental. The reading is fundamental. And that is something that I really, really, really love to do. I love to read. I do. And I'd like to teach the world to read. And read along with me, read along with me, you and me and Miss Twiggly's tree. Read with SG. Let's read a story together. I'd like to teach the world to read. Man, my heart broke for River Phoenix, because I had watched the audio commentary on Pet Cemetery before. And the little kid, I think his name was Mikos or something, the little kid who played Gage, he memorized the entire script, okay? Now, mind you, he was like 2 or 3 years old. Very impressive for him to memorize an entire script. Now, I would feel like the reason is exactly right, Kimberly. Me too. Me too. And you know what, crosstalker? Such is life. Rewarding and heartbreaking at the same time. It's bittersweet. What a great song that is, too, by Big Head Todd. Is it called Bittersweet? Is that what it's called? Big Head Todd. What a great song. I have 2 kitties, Lulu and Tucker, and then Roscoe. That's part of like a real big deal with me too, is like you start thinking about that kind of stuff too. But you know what? My friend George, he had rescued a dog, and and I keep wondering, like, if the dog keeps thinking he's coming back. You know, I literally almost, you guys, how I like to do those, the jigsaw puzzles online. And that was something that George and I would do together, like, because you could do it. She could do the jigsaw puzzle from his house, and I could do it from mine. And so that was something, that we would do together. And I almost like sent him the text, for the request of help me solve this puzzle. There's days I still even say, I'm really almost tempted to like try to call my mom. She's been passed away for so long. But I literally, and it's not that I want to call her. I just feel like it's like a natural thing. Like, oh, I'm going to call my mom. To this day. That's so sad, ministry. I'm going to claim copyright for this right now. I always thought, I looked up and I kind of researched, spaying and neutering. And, oh my God, Hidden Blessings is, I mean, Zombie Queen and Tanger and, ministry. Listen, do you know that you are each a wonderful friend to me? Even people that think that they're not my friend and they think that they've done me wrong or something, the only thing that I ever remember is everything good about them. Because it's so easy. It's so easy. It's disgusting and hard and painful to remember everything bad about somebody. So I just want to, I like people. I know that people keep telling everybody, like, as if I'm some ogre, but trust me, I like knowing what music people like and what, if they like, I just, and I'm big on people. Because I don't think that everybody is the same. I don't like generalizing people. I feel like when I was talking about the kid from Pet Cemetery that would memorize the script, River Phoenix would do that too. He would memorize the script. Now, I feel like if you're a certain age, that little kid Miko probably didn't know how to read. So when whomever was, doing the script with him, helping him with his lines, was saying, now it's your line, and he would memorize the whole script because he basically had to know, okay? And then, I was listening to this thing about River Phoenix and how his parents had, they were like, these hippies traveling around and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like there's way more to, like, I'm sorry. I feel like if you're a little kid and somebody has, like you got 6 kids, you're a 2-parent family. It's the 70s, okay? Because that's the year they're, born, okay? And like I think he was born in 70 or something, River Phoenix. So we're really kind of, I guess there's hippies still. Gaggle? What's gaggle? Goggle? Huh? I think that's a go. Oh, gauge. Gauge, you're saying. Yes, gauge. Yeah, gauge. From Pet Sematary. Isn't that amazing? He would memorize in the entire script. Isn't that amazing? I wonder what happened to that kid. Mikos, that's the one, right? He was in Kindergarten Cop, too. He was so cute. Wasn't he? So they ended up traveling around with their 6 kids in, yes, ministry. Yes, Kimberly Gage from Pet Sematary, yep. And River Phoenix. Like, I'm like saying, I think that he would memorize the scripts because he couldn't read. And man, he had, God, it was so sad, ministry. Did you see that? That that documentary? Man, I felt bad for him. Those parents should have, I mean, I felt like he couldn't read. And like his whole childhood was like he just went from being born to stress. Gage was, yeah. And I felt so bad for him. And then I felt like maybe, in my opinion, that Johnny Depp had something to do with what happened to him. And no, what, man? Like even Kurt Cobain. I just feel so bad for. I feel bad for people who these doctors were just like, here, take this, take that, and like I feel like, I mean, they were being, like touched inappropriately, allegedly. Did you see it? The documentary, ministry of that like cult, allegedly called Child of God. And I just don't even understand how is it possible that to not acknowledge for the like for the world to not acknowledge that that's criminal. It was criminal. And I can't even imagine. I'm in shock every time I read like the statistics of how many people go missing a day. And then I'm in shock when I'm like, okay, wait a minute. This guy is literally on a show. I think his name was Andrew Tate. Has anybody heard of him? Ministry, have you heard of him? Andrew Tate. I think he was on Pierce Morgan, or he was on recently something. Yeah, I mean, like, how messed up would, those kids have been that. Has anybody heard of that guy, though? Andrew Tate? And may I just say how hypocritical and ironic it is that I'm being called racist on these channels, and they're all, like, supporting somebody. And no offense to, I'm just reminding people who said, you really want to trigger this Jewish woman with cancer. Let's point out my Nazi tattoos. Good night, Kimberly. You want to know what makes me feel like I don't know, kind of like a fool? Because I don't hate Jules. Jules, I'd never be able to harm you or anybody else. I don't hate you. I like you very much. I think you're funny. I do. I think you're very funny. But I just really wish that you would recognize the fact that when I'm watching the videos, which I shouldn't be, of people who are, passing away from cancer, which I'm like so fucking scared to death of. Jules, for the last, since November 12th, 2020, but prior to that, I was scared to death too. I've been scared to death, Jules. You know for a fact that I told you, would you mind, recording this person? They say they have my address and they're going to cut my head off. You know that's why I asked you. I didn't ask you to make a video about them. I didn't ask you to harass them. I didn't ask you to do something to them. I didn't ask you to do that at all, Jules. I literally thought you were my friend, and I asked you to just record that because I didn't have a second device, and they were threatening to cut my head off. And you know that, Jules. You know that I didn't do anything to you, Jules. Yaxley, I like you very much, but I don't appreciate you blocking me and then high ministry. Yaxley, I do like you very much. Not in like a weird way or anything, but what I'm saying is this. For you to actually say, I blocked you because you like Tiffany. Okay, Yaxley. Here's the thing. I have stage 4 cancer, and even if I didn't, I don't need unnecessary enemies that I don't even know. So when I go to Tracy's Piss and Excellence, it's because I am in awe of her survival and her strength and her story. It's not about the drama of this or that or Tiffany or this person and that person and this person and that person. I don't ever, nor have I ever been that type of person. Now, I remember them all telling me that you were an anti-Semite when you were being, kind to me and coming to my live streams. I didn't block you. I didn't do that. Do you know tonight I had to sit there and watch a lot of fucking lies. A lot of lies coming from JWJ and then the rest from people who I don't know who they were, saying I troll them in lies. But I couldn't respond and defend myself. So I had to sit there wondering if these fuckers are going to start inciting, hey, some more people to start hating on me and thinking a certain way about me because I wasn't there to be able to defend myself. Now, anybody with two eyes could look at my GoFundMe and know that my daughter started it. Now, anybody else can know I don't lie. I like PE, and I'm in absolute amazement and awe. Her story inspires me. But when Jules ran over there, and all of them, they all just ran. I mean, Jules was already going there. I didn't go there to cause any trouble about. I never said Jules had called the cops on me then. I didn't say specifically who. I just said that's the stuff that had been going on. But basically, I wanted to talk about the Rick Simpson oil. And then they all ran over there, created this whole fucking, it was just more hassle to allow me to ask advice about cancer than to hurt little Jules, who ended up calling the cops on me 2 days later because I said, Jules, stop calling me terminal. If I'm terminal, you're terminal, because everybody's terminal. So, Jules, you saying, 12 times in a roundabout way. No, you don't get to say 12 times in a roundabout way. Actually, you don't get to pretend that you didn't see Jules already trying to accuse me of being a pedophile. I don't appreciate it. But you made this about you. Like you didn't recognize the fact that my point of being there and talking to Piss and Excellence was about cancer. Now, I don't know her personally. Thank you, Ministry. Like, Jules is completely lying saying Tiffany started my GoFundMe. I didn't know Tiffany. Jules is the one who told everybody I had Munchausen syndrome and was running a racket. It was November 12th, 2020. I got pictures of it. Okay? I'm not doubting that Tiffany and a lot of people were behind the scenes doing shit that I didn't even know. I didn't even know the people. I'm not doubting any of that. I'm not denying any of that. But I'd like to move away from it. But I've still got Jules running around lying about me. Like, I can't even go into a live stream and get advice about cancer without Jules making it feel dirty to me. Or without somebody saying, she's got less than 2 years left to live. Why is she looking for a cure anyway? Now, okay, yeah, see now, Piston Excellence is your friend. How would you feel if somebody was hosting that shit about your friend, saying that, putting up her address and shit, so you don't have the sensibility to just say, well, even though this person, and trust me, Tiffany and I are buddies. We know I saw Jules going, oh, they've been in touch all the time. Shut the fuck up, Jules, you lying bitch. You've never shown 1 ounce of proof. But I will say what you did. You had a live stream shortly after you told everybody I had Munchausen syndrome, a month after being diagnosed with stage 3, called No Mention of the Lone Survivor. You fucking bitch. I'll never forget what you did, and do you know why? Because you won't let me. Because you won't let me. To this day, you still have live streams calling me terminal. And every time I point it out, you love it. You're like, that's great, I'll call her terminal again. But I can't understand how people who want to be thought of as decent, normal people, that you can be thought of as, right, see, there's something mentally wrong with you, Jules. It really is. For you to think that you weren't on YouTube when you were Tiny Butterfly Queen, and you weren't making videos about me and Sharon, is I'm like shocked. Like, is this fucking lady for real? You never took a hiatus, Jules. You were a Tiny Butterfly Queen. I mean, really. Why do you have an Amazon wish list up? Why do you have stuff like that, Jules? You haven't been down to Camden in 2 years. There was not there's that story about Tom was gonna give you his channel. It was between you and Angie React. That's fucking, that's not even true. That's such bullshit. Like, it's like a delusion. It's a delusion, Jules. Anybody can look at your description and see that you, like, hashtag. I'm just so angry that I couldn't even go and talk to somebody who has something in common with me, like cancer. I mean, it's important to me. It's important. I feel like somebody who's still living from cancer could be a wealth of knowledge to me. The fact that Yaxley is blocking me from asking, I mean, but and yeah, I get it. Okay, so your live stream isn't about cancer right now. Why is it about cancer when I'm gone from there and they're sitting there saying, TM did my GoFundMe and I want another one. Poor Jules. What's happened to Jules? What happened to Jules? Tell me what happened to Jules. I want to know what happened to Jules. Tell me what happened to Jules. Tell me what happened to Jules. Poor Jules. Oh, we all saw what happened. What happened to Jules? I mean, same way with if something everybody is, so adamant on, and that's what happened, and that's that, and that's that. How come when SG shows up in the back room in the back, to fucking come on panel and address all that? I'm not talking about on Piss and Excellences. I'm talking about a different live stream. How come they won't let me up? Good night, hidden blessings. And I'm not even like looking to argue with these people. I'm looking to resolve things. I mean, I'd be more apt to apologize. You don't think I'm sorry for being as angry as I was that day when I came on here? And what I said was the N word, not the N word, but the 3 words, the N word. But even that is not my character. That is not me. I am not racist. But I like people, and I don't like people according to how they act. But sucks for me. I end up like preferring to get along, or at least I learned this from my good friend Ministry. If you're not going to help somebody, don't hurt them. Not that I ever had been that way, but I do like that saying. I think it's important. Well, yeah, Jules' friend, yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like that, his friendship with Jules should have nothing to do with me going into Piss and Excellences, who's had a cancer battle. I mean, how dare that? How dare cancer? And my questions to somebody who I find inspiring come after Jules, who wants to keep calling me terminal. Said I was running a racket and lies. Tell you what, though, I do know that, the videos of people who are passing away, they're sad, they're dramatic, they hit home. So I'll be doing, if ever, 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 that, God forbid, happens, a 72-hour live stream with a recap from the very day I started YouTube. And I will be replaying all my videos for you to enjoy, for all of us to enjoy together and reminisce about I'm so glad we had this time together. They do have, yeah, and the stories they believe is true, right? But when somebody clear, like, I mean, he literally said that was him who kept blocking me from, Tracy's live stream. And it was because I like Tiffany, or I'm Tiffany's friend, and he's friends with Jules, so, he blocked me. Not to me. I'd have to say, wait a minute. This person just came in here and said, when I come here, it's not about drama or anything. It's because I value your advice about cancer and, respects their journey. I think I'd have to say to, the person who, was blocking, I'd say, well, hey, maybe you could stop that because evidently, I mean, no, I'm not entertaining the trolls. I'm just saying that the bottom line is we are all in the same boat. Every single one of us is just, hoping to make the best of the next day. If they had a great day, they're hoping to have a great day tomorrow. If they had a bad day today, they're hoping to have a better day tomorrow. I mean, it's not saying to somebody, oh, I don't like you because, you did this. You just can't think of people in a blanket statement. Everybody is not the same. Everybody isn't. I'm just curious. I notice how everybody, goes on about Maddie. This just popped into my head. I'm just curious. Does Maddie have a criminal record? I mean, I don't know if anybody's like ever like tried to run it or see if she has a criminal record. I'm just curious, if she does. Because, I mean, and here's another thing. With the whole, the stealing of the pocketbooks and this and that, that's pretty disgusting, yes. But in another, like, article I had read, the CBS one, I'm not sure what year that was, but they said that the car was stolen and that it was filled with, pocketbooks and wallets or whatever that weren't hers. So obviously they saw the IDs for them, right? Wasn't like they were empty pocketbooks and they're just assuming they're not hers. They must have seen the IDs. So did they bother to correlate the story of the lady who was stealing pocketbooks and purses from, these back rooms? Did they, like match up, hey, these are some of the names of the people who complained that their pocketbooks got stolen and here they are in this car. Oh, we've got the clever crime solved by our clever detectives. Like, did they even like notify the people whose pocketbooks and stuff that they found? I mean, did they even ask individually if each one of those people would like to press charges? If they'd like to recoup whatever it costs them to replace all that? Maybe there was family pictures in those wallets. Those are priceless. And yet, here's a bunch of people, 5 years later, sitting there being like, oh, it's so traumatic of an experience to lose your belongings. Like, your stuff was in your pocketbook, right? I mean, you need it all back. But yet not being able to say, I just can't even imagine that people are literally still, in my opinion, probably donating to said person, right? Just to be, a dick. And it's ironic that people with money do things with their money just to be dicks. I mean, like, it is true. Why the fuck should anybody have to replace any missing items when they're going to see somebody who can afford to fly or, pay for their transportation for somebody to come out on a train every 2 weeks? Now, I'm not saying this because of, I'm not saying, oh, they shouldn't. I don't even know if they, oh, okay. I'm not even saying, oh, people shouldn't give to that, people shouldn't give to this. I'm not even saying that. But what is the reason for the video of, did SG get her salmon yet? Like, what's the point of that? Would it affect you if I did or didn't? Do you think it affects me that you got a drone? It doesn't. It doesn't affect me anything that you got, Karen. More power to you. I think it's great. If you've got people who care about you that much, then you should focus on them. I think that's great. Don't think that people don't care about me. And there is people who care about others. There really is. And there are good people in the world. Just like cheap pre-rolls, the highest THC. I mean, I'm just like an old school smoker who, you don't know any old school pot dealers. You could just sell you weed for like less. A lot of those dispensaries are very expensive. BRB. Yes, it is ministry. So I want to say some encouraging things to people. And I always think that if people are saying positive, encouraging things to you, it's always good to absorb it, you know? So, and I want you to know that a lot of people think I'm a hater. So, with that in mind, I'd like to say good things to people who think that I hate them, if that's okay. So that you can see how somebody who you think doesn't like you and maybe I don't like the way you treat me, or maybe I don't like the way you act, or maybe whatever, but it doesn't mean that I can't see the things in somebody that I do like and tell them. Ministry, who knows that, I'm not a hater of hers. I don't want to confuse anybody. Ministry is very well informed. She cares about current events. She's funny. She stands by her convictions. She's a fighter. She's a warrior. She's quite the testimony and the inspiration for anybody. Can I go further in ministry before I tell people how wonderful you are? May I go further? I'm going to wait for your answer because I think you're just amazing. I think you're amazing. She might have fell asleep. I could be here waiting forever for her to let me know if I can continue to compliment her. Seems like okay, I can see the circle moving. Thank you. There are people in the community and not in this community, just, in the world, who are inspiring in a fight against something that was prescribed to them. Ministry is her testimony is very inspiring, but it was tough. And she'll tell you how tough it was and still is. And that she's angry, but then sometimes she's not angry. I remember her telling me that what made her mad sometimes was that she felt like they broke her, broke her mind in a way. Not like that she's insane, but like that this is not, see, I never have taken anything for, like pills or anything like that, and was explained why, but ministry said that she feels like she went to this doctor and told him she was feeling sad or depressed or how she was feeling. And all of that, that's been on her mind for years, that within 15 minutes he's writing shit down, and it was a prescription. He didn't really hear her. Then when if I don't know if I'm getting your details right, I hope I am. I believe he retired or something. And she couldn't get, there was a long waiting list for to cover insurance. Something where there was a delay on being able to refill. I believe Enzo. I hope I'm not wrong, ministry. Correct me if anything I'm saying is incorrect. And involuntarily, but at the same time, she could have taken another route. I believe people probably can get things like that off the I'm not sure, but she went cold turkey. And then, of course, these side effects kicked in of, when you stop taking something. So she did the responsible thing and asked for help. And they humiliated her. Treated her like this woman who knew enough and was responsible enough to come and, initiate this help, this conversation that she wanted to have with somebody who might have just told her, nope, don't go with these feelings. They are, those feelings are just there because you're weaning away from it, or even to recognize that she had to go off them cold turkey because of the difficulty of continuing the prescription. Instead, they pin her down and deem her a certain kind of way. So that where, her voluntarily going to them for help, they just had to turn it around. To them forcing it on her. Instead of them saying, we commend you for taking this step, this initial step, and let's see what we can do. They constantly got to sit there and make people think there's something wrong with us, that there's something wrong with us all. There isn't. There's nothing wrong with being sad. There's nothing wrong with being so sad you're crying, and then your funny friend makes you laugh. And then suddenly you're in a conversation where you're laughing, and that funny friend, made you forget how sad you were feeling for a time, right? Hopefully for a long time. That's normal for that to happen. The answer isn't always, here, take this, in my opinion. Wow, you're too happy. Oh, wow, you're too sad. Here, let's give you this happy medium. Why don't they call it a sad medium? I don't want a happy medium. I mean, it isn't a sad medium if it's half and half. I mean, come on now. In my opinion, it's numb. Maybe that's the reason why we see so much cruelty going on. Are people numb to feelings? So I'm going to continue. So you've got Ministry, who is a warrior and who is a wealth of information, not because she knows it all and did it all right, but because she's been there. And she's real. And she's humble enough to tell somebody her testimony. Now, I'm going to go on to Janelle right now. Janelle, I heard you say that, yes, you heard me ask. Okay, Ministry. Yes, you heard me ask about the Rick Simpson oil. And I heard you saying, but you wouldn't tell me the results. That's really mean. I mean, that's really mean. What if somebody else was listening and they were just wondering about the results? Like, what if we never even knew that somebody else was listening and you told them the results and it worked for them? It just seems so self-sabotaging to not recognize your worth, or it seems just so cruel to not share some information that could help somebody. Like, I don't hate you. Like, by not sharing that information with me, Janelle, ask yourself what you think the end result of that. Like, what's the purpose of that? Is that so I wouldn't get the information, like, as if I can't look it up myself? I could. I just was asking. Um, but say I couldn't, would you be doing that so that I'd say, oh well, then fuck it, and then I'd see this other person say, no, she got less than 2 years left to live. Why is she looking for a cure? And just give up? I can't remember exactly whom it was, but I wonder if it was Johnny Depp. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure whom it was, but I was watching something where they were talking about their mom getting cancer, and that they refused treatment, and that how it made, them feel that their kid, refused, that their parent refused treatment and their kid. I know people will tell me, oh, don't watch people. Well, I watch them because, we have all become a community, whether or not you think, that it matters, but, I feel like I do, and I feel like other people matter. And so I watch um, people's live streams. There's some people I like, I like to see what's going on sometimes there. Janelle, I do think you are a very strong person. I do. I think you take pride in your job. I think that you get up early for work. I mean, I don't know you. I'm just saying, these are things I'm saying about people from what I perceive, just in case, you're wondering what somebody so-called hater thinks of you, but not everybody would perceive me to be their hater. But whatever. Just doing this. I think that you have the ability to actually perhaps even, run a crew of whatever it is you're doing. It seems like physical work, but also something that, you can look at your end result and be proud of. And it doesn't appear like they're, and I know, whatever the case may be, I feel like when somebody, like a woman, is hired into a job that is, uh, I don't know for sure if there's mostly males on your job, and, you know, but whatever the case may be, I'm certain you're giving them a run for their money. And I'm ministry, and you are pretty. I know that doesn't matter what I say. I get that. I'm just telling you, I know a lot of people have said I've said this and this. And I don't care if you smoke weed. In fact, you could do whatever you want to do, you know. There's things that I would never say, but you do that great, you know. Of course, there's wonderful things that I think are the best things to point out about somebody. And you really could make an impression, like, so nobody would tell you how to do that ministry, or you couldn't look it up online? I don't think you should ever look back. No, I think you should keep going forward. Courtney, I think the same thing for you too. I think, I think you're both. homegrown? You bought homegrown? Or you bought regular weed? You know what? You know, you actually kind of sound sometimes like a pot connoisseur. Is that the right word, connoisseur? And ministry was asking about what's the best kind of weed to smoke and why and stuff like that. And see, I don't have an answer for her because I'm old school, but see, you're from the generation where they started making different strains or strands or whatever it is, you know what I'm talking about? Not that they didn't do that before, but I think she's more dispensary knowledgeable, if that makes sense. You could do that. You could feature a strain on each live stream to talk about and talk about like why you like that that why you like that stream. You know what I mean? Like maybe a bunch of dispensaries would start asking you to promote them and give you like money off or something. I don't know. It's just a thought. I did hear Tish say that, you know, when she came into the community, she got warned about me. I wish people would really recognize that. Oh, really? Oh, ministry. I wish people would realize that, you know, that's not the first time I've heard that they were warned about me. Like, I wish people would acknowledge the fact that they were warned about a woman they didn't know that was fighting cancer. And I'd be really, you know, curious to know who was warning people. Because that's not the first person who said that. Who warned you about me? So, now I don't know too much about any of these people that I'm, you know, given my synopsis of them. Tish, I think you're a good person, and I think you miss your mom. I think a lot of these people have been told that, you know, they had their opinion about me before they even met me. So, in whatever way or whatever, maybe a clone account you saw saying some crap, I know. And then now it's come to this kind of crap of people saying things I know on my part that they don't really even mean. I'm appalled at myself for calling your mother the C word. Appalled. I'm appalled at myself. That is disgraceful. And I ask your forgiveness for that. And I'm not racist in me saying that the N word thing was out of line. I know that I could say what you said was out of line too. But that has nothing to do with how I feel about what I did. I'm appalled that I used the C word directed towards your mom or anybody's mom. I know I've called people to see, but appalled at myself. I do know the other thing. It was said out of hurt, but it is still wrong. But the C word in reference to your mom was disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusted with myself. Absolutely disgusted with myself. You don't have to like me. You don't have to forgive me. But I want you to know, truly disgusted with myself. That's just disgusting. I'm not cutting myself slack for anything like that. That was just really bad. And as much as, I'm like, I'm somebody's mom, and they didn't care if I live. I'm not gonna be like that, because that's not me. To do, I did ministry. I did, because, like Hidden Blessing said earlier, somebody can only take so much, man. And I'm not excusing myself. I'm still disgusted, still asking for forgiveness and apologizing. I mean, disgusted. But, Tisha, I'm scared to death. That's why I'm looking for a cure. I'm scared. I don't want to die. If it was because I was drinking, I would say it was because I was drinking. It was because I was angry and hurt and devastated and so tired of reading. And I know people go, oh, people shouldn't read them. Well, when people are reading from complete strangers that they don't even know, and you've been a tax-paying working person. Like, I mean, you called me a loser, Keish, and said I dropped out of school when I was 10th grade. It was in 11th grade, Keish, and my sister died, and my mom pulled me out of school to move back to England. And my mother was never the same again after my sister died. Nobody was. Nobody was. It wasn't like, and I think it's great, and I think it's so sad that you lost your mom, because she sounds like a wonderful mom. And if she encouraged you to do to believe that you could be anything you wanted to be, I think that's wonderful. Tisha, I don't know you, and I, well, it's not even that. It's that I'm not a loser, and I'm looking for a cure. because I don't want to die. Why? I don't understand. Tear everybody down. I mean, I'm not sitting here trying to tear her down. I'm sitting here telling people kind things. That's what I mean about blanket statements. See, so that would mean that my words of kindness and encouragement are just being heard as trying to tear somebody down. And they're just in vain then. Oh, I know, ministry. But everybody is a blanket statement. And I think people are individuals. I think it's so bad when, customer service places, they just have this recording that really doesn't care what your individual problem is. And they're like a multi-billion-dollar company and they can't give someone a fucking job, in this country without a communication gap. And why they got to give, why do they got to be in the Philippines? Like, why? Why does this worldwide company have to have, a state, come out of the Philippines? Okay, well, yeah, okay, Philippines needs jobs too. And they do. I get that. But how many times has, like a lot of people have we hung up because we feel like there's a communication gap, like they're just not understanding, they're just saying, so let me get, and they keep repeating the same thing over and over, and and you're like so frustrated that, you know, there's so much to frustrate. I just don't understand why when people want, individuals, as people, individual people with all of our own set of individual problems, who would heart? Don't worry. Mother Nature will take care of her swiftly. How is it possible that because that person refers to me as it, and they heart that since I'm an its daughter, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it is a mother. It doesn't matter that it has pets that they want to live for. It doesn't matter that it does have friends and everybody doesn't hate her and its family does love her. How? In your mind, do you think that by calling somebody it and dehumanizing them, it's okay to partake in trying to torture them? I feel like that I'm not ministry. I've seen a lot of people lately, they are sitting, they're saying about, a certain person and them and their friends that are fighting. And they're saying, yay, tell it like it is. Oh, yay, you're telling it, 100% facts. Oh, you know, um, that's why we love you. Oh, don't worry, we got your back, and this, that, and the other thing. And here's the thing. A year ago, almost a year ago, when all of this stuff went down, like kind of between, me, Cindy, Courtney, Tish, okay, Gearhead, when that went down, the same thing was going on. That is going on now. And they're, like, they're saying it. They're saying, how Sharon, will go into the live streams and then it becomes about her and she's, arguing with people in there and it's all about her and yelling at people for being in, somebody else's live stream or going live when they're live or this and that. Same exact stuff that last year I tried pointing out. And now, yeah, and that whole gang should maybe, like, turn around and say, sorry, SG. You know? I mean, the whole Buzzballs thing, that was all from that night. Was it like February 12th or something? Right before Valentine's Day and my birthday. That's when that was. Right before my birthday. And the whole thing was fucking the GMA who came in. GMA has never been back here. I don't see GMA anymore. The first time ever they came in my live stream, they were like, oh, my father died of cancer and I'm feeling bad for my father. And so I start, mentioning that. Then Sharon's in there saying, I know, I know. And then Sharon's in there saying, um, oh my God, I ended my live stream for this. I'm out. Who's with me? I'm out. Who's with me? She was yelling, do your commentary. But she had already told people what I was going to do my commentary on anyway. And they had removed their video. So then, she goes live saying, I sabotaged her live stream. She's drunk and this, that, and the other thing. Well, I didn't even know that she had told what commentary I was going to do. So I had no clue about that part of it. But the whole GMA thing and, Teach TV, and then everybody telling me, oh, I didn't give enough compassion to GMA. And then on the flip side, you didn't do your commentary and they were there trolling. And you know, and I know, Good Morning America, I know. And then next thing, everyone, you know, hates me because, you know, how rotten I was to Sharon. And that, you know, Tish was going to come up and, you know, tell me a few things, but then I started to cry when she came up. And so she said she had to leave because I was going to make her cry. And then it became this whole thing, oh, you made Tish cry and stuff. And it's like, I didn't do anything on February 12th. I don't know GMA. I don't know their situation. They've never been back since. And at the end of the day, by this time now, I mean, that's exactly what was going on. It was constantly, constantly, constantly had to be about Sharon. And then in the background, text messages of, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it is. But in the meantime, I think that if somebody can lie, then they can lie about anything. People don't really get, you know, healed from being a liar or something. I mean, I never knew that there was some video with Tom saying about popping a shoulder out. If somebody has like the balls to pop their shoulder out in front of police, that's ballsy. With my luck, I'd pop my fucking shoulder out and never be able to get it back. This crazy bitch is possessed. But the bottom line is, Sharon, I don't care what people buy you from your Amazon wish list. I really don't. I don't care if you have a drone. I don't care if you have Santa leggings. I don't care. I don't care. One of us is behind in the audio. So you never smoked weed before, Ministry? Or you did smoke weed before in your life? I'd like to teach the world. Tell you who was in sync. In sync. You did smoke weed before or you didn't? So what made you decide it? I wonder why Rourke wouldn't tell you how to grow weed. I thought he was telling you. I know, I was like, seems like a pothead to me. And you know what else Ministry has never done? She's never sat there saying, like, you know, because me and Ministry, we have argued. And then we make up, but without ever, like, really, like, I mean, we've advanced to the fact that, we're friends. But she has never thrown in my face any, I mean, like, you have never thrown in my face, stuff like that. Work every very little. He was too busy typing everything about me. It's pretty weird. Mr. Rourke, it's weird. Like, you've never thrown anything in my face, like, if you know what I'm saying. Like, some people were, I just, acts of kindness. You never throw them in my face. And there's some people, though, that are like, it's just, make you wish you were rich. So you could just say, here, take it. Mr. Rourke, he is constantly typing the same stuff over and over in chats. It's like he lost his personality. All he does is type the same stuff over. SG this, SG that. Because he used to be funny. I used to be funnier. I'm having a hard time being funny anymore. Mine is I don't really mind if this person gives this to this person or that to that person or this to this person or who has an Amazon wish list. I don't care. It's not my business. It's wonderful if people want to give somebody a hand up or something. I think it's, you know, I know, right? Anyway, Tisha, I think you have a beautiful family. I think you're a very beautiful woman. Like I said, I apologize for my behavior, but Tisha, I'm scared to death and I just want to live, and that's why I'm looking for a miracle. I'm sorry that I've seen yourself and others write how their loved one has passed away. It should have been me. How their loved ones didn't get second chances, and I did, and how horrible it is. I wish nobody got cancer. There was never a time piece, though, that I felt like I had a second chance. I know everybody wanted to run around and say, "Oh, you don't have cancer. You're in remission." All that stuff. But from the very day that I was told I had cancer, I feel like it's inside me. And there's times, I go from feeling like I'm doomed to, and don't worry, there's nobody else talking in here, ministry. Um, it's okay. Because I'm just being, straight up and honest with people, and I'm hoping that they respect the the fact that we're all given this platform to talk and vlog our feelings. And I think that, if somebody doesn't like somebody else, I'm just trying to say, well, first of all, I'm apologizing to Tish because, I was out of line. Whether or not she feels she was is irrelevant, because that's not me. That hurt was 100% hurt. But like I'm navigating waters I've never navigated before. That's not an excuse. I'm just asking for your forgiveness. That's all I can do. But I think that, it sounds like you've been loved and that you're still loved in life. Your life is enough to make anybody who doesn't have those things envious. It's enough to make any mom wish they were loved and missed so much. It's enough for me to say that, yeah, you're probably right. Probably would make more sense that your mom be alive than me. I'm sorry. I keep thinking there's some reason for that. I'm sorry if you resent me for that. I keep hoping God's got something wonderful in store for me. Don't listen to Izzy. Izzy, this isn't the best move I've pulled yet. I don't know, Izzy. Good night, Ministry. I don't know, Izzy, and I think it's wonderful that she gets to go on these vacations and has, you know, significant other and grandchildren and wonderful things she can make videos about and talk about and stuff. But I think it's really sad that, you know, nobody's tomorrow is guaranteed. And I just, see, I'm having such a hard time. Like, as much as, somebody would say, I don't understand why, this person's still alive and my loved one is, deceased. I'm not, I mean, I have a hard time with some of the things people say and thinking, wow, they don't think that that's, I mean, if they're all going to sit there and talk about karma, I mean, how are they so sure that their evil words won't create karma? Why are they so certain that that kind of evilness, like my best move yet, stage 4 cancer, my best move yet, it's just so gross. I really hope everybody can, I don't know, try to remind themselves every day that, I mean, I still don't understand much about the whole forgiveness is, but then again, maybe like, when you, I don't really know. Like, I mean, are you supposed to forgive somebody that doesn't ask for forgiveness, or are you supposed to not forgive somebody that asks for forgiveness? Are you supposed to ask forgiveness, and when they don't give you forgiveness, is then I mean, I really don't know. I really know. I don't know all the answers. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I used to like think, you know, man, I just don't know. But the only thing I can tell you for certain is, as much as I mean, think twice before telling somebody, you know, you've got this long to live, or, you know, if this was my last time on earth, I wouldn't be doing this, or, you know. Okay, I mean, just think twice about it. I mean, and I got it. I know I said something wrong, and I'm apologizing for it. I've said rotten things. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. But I mean, if it's still sitting there, then say to yourself, hmm, you know, maybe I should, you know, remove that or this or something. And then don't be pissed off if somebody else who says to themselves, I don't really like that, but I put that. I love you too, Ministry. I love you too. You know, don't sit there and you know have it recorded so you can start going, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this again. Let people move on. Like, let everybody's day be a new day. Let people like try to shake it off, or you know. I mean, I know it's not right to sit there saying to call this person's kid's job, or you know, to sit there and keep focusing on somebody else's kid. Who can? Oh, okay. So if their mother was sitting there saying it, well, that's on her. Do you know that you picking that up is like even more of a like disturbing fact that you're a complete stranger. You don't care about her or her kid. Why are you making so many videos about that and saying, I mean, if you think it's wrong that her mom's talking about it, then what do you think about a complete stranger talking about it? With every other word being a swear and nobody knows who you are and just yuck. And there's people running around like, yay to you, as if they can't even think for 2 seconds how they'd feel if it was being done to them. Like they just don't, they can't for a minute think that's gross. I mean, come on now, it's gross. It's gross. It's gross behavior. It's just gross. Right, Ministry? It's really hard because there are times when we've done things, all of us in life, that we're like, oh God. And but the bottom line is a lot of us are fighters too, like in real life, like not fighters, physical fighters, but these are things that I never come across in real life. You know, like day to day. There'd be nobody who would come up to me, and I mean, if somebody walked up to me with a monk thing on in front of my face, making fun of, me being bald. Like, are you fucking kidding me right there? It just wouldn't happen. It doesn't happen. Or walked up to me and said, "At your age, you got less than 2 years left to live. What are you looking for a miracle cure for?" Could you imagine if I went to go buy that Rick Simpson oil and that's what they said to me? You're going to be dead in less than 2 years. What are you looking for a cure for? And then maybe the guy next to them said, "Yeah, Mother Nature will take care of them swiftly." And then they all like clapped and shit. I think you're a warrior, ministry. But you also got heart and you care about the world too. Which that's a big part of things. Caring about the world is a big part of it. I mean, for somebody to say they have their channel because if one person hears about their story, let's say, for example, with addiction, and they, that one person is helped by that, then they feel like, they've done something good in the world. But on the flip side, to say, well, I know about Rick Simpson oil, but I'm not going to share that information because of I don't like this person and, I don't want them getting any kind of encouraging information that might make them live longer. Um, then maybe that one person who's sitting there like on the edge of their seat waiting to hear, what do you know about Rick Simpson oil? Maybe that would have been the one person. Maybe your destiny wasn't to save somebody from the battle of addiction. Maybe it was based on your knowledge of Rick Simpson oil. Maybe it wasn't me, but maybe that was that one person. Maybe they got both. But, I mean, really? Done here in the community ministry or in life? I got, and I gotta wonder, like I heard somebody say, well, my videos are banging, making fun of you. I gotta wonder, say, by God forbid, that, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and that's because of, the whole opioid crisis and, fucking prescription, in my opinion. My opinion. They just blanketed everybody. But if, God forbid something happens and they come across these videos, maybe your kid does or something, right? And it says, oh, Mom, who are these videos about? Oh, this girl that used to be on YouTube. Oh, where is she? Oh, she died. No, I was just making fun of her. I thought instead of, encouraging her or supporting her or just saying nothing at all, it would be more fun to constantly make fun of her and say, ooh, my 341 views on this video, it's a hit. Definitely validates me more than being a good person. That's a hit. I wouldn't say it's a hit. That's just me. I noticed that Jules had put up a dissertation in her community post. I'm not sure who she's speaking of there because I haven't heard anybody say anything bad about her. I really never do. I don't know why Jules continues to say that, she's been harassed or people have said, things bad about her or anything like that. Because she really, I mean, what are people going to say about her? But I mean, it's not like I get that she's gone around saying SG said this, SG said that. She said Joe does things with the girls, and but I mean, but Jules, like for reals, can't this just be gone? Like, can't this just go away? Does every live stream that you do, does it have to be about me? Does it have to be, oh, anybody can say whatever they want in the chat and harass the shit out of SG and they can talk about cancer and say it's fake and sit there talking about my kid. They can sit there and say whatever they want. And then you're going to say I'm harassing you. I mean, my address is sitting up there in your community post. And you know that it's wrong to do that. You know I've never done that ever. And you want to sit there and act like I'm the one threatening her? When was the last time Tiffany talked about you, Yaxley? Like, I don't even know if she still has a channel or not. I'm just curious. I mean, I am not trying to be any kind of fucking way at all. I noticed that Munchie called Piss and Excellence UK troll. I'd be interested to know who would call you UK troll. Who would refer to you as UK troll? And I'm not the next. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm so interested to know who would call you UK troll because, see, I don't know any of this stuff of these things that are going on with this and that one, this, that, and the other thing. I don't know, and I don't want to know. And I'm just real curious to know. I am just really blown away that somebody bullying somebody with stage 4 cancer, and they've been doing it since November 12th, 2020, and probably before. Pretty sure I have proof of all of that. Um, and I'm not saying they were the only one, but they were a main one. Would be so welcomed. Like, honestly, do you really think that with stage 4 cancer, I have any desire, without stage 4 cancer, do you think I have any desire to harass Jules? As if I don't have better things to do. Anyway, my point is, I think it's really disgusting that I couldn't just have my say in there without being blocked, um, because it had something to do with a medical condition and not drama, but it is drama because it's, life. And I think it was really disgusting that I can't confer with somebody that I find pretty amazing when it comes to cancer. As for all the other stuff, I have no interest in that. I never trolled anybody in your chat. If you think me being, not confrontational to people means that I'm besties with them, so now you can't talk about cancer to me anymore. That's sad. Because you were really like, there's not a lot of people in the community that I know that have gone through it, hidden blessings. But as for that, pretty much, trying to talk to somebody who's been through it, I don't get that opportunity. Because Jules warns them about me, I guess. I don't know what she warns them about, but she's been doing it since November 12th, 2020. In the meantime, I'm blocked, so I don't get to, defend myself and her no mention of the lone survivor, so we could all see what her intent was there. I'd like to know why nobody was corrected tonight. When they kept saying that Tiffany started my GoFundMe. Everyone knows that's not true. Jules, I think it'd be great if you would just go back to whatever your channel was going to be about and stop trying to make me your chain, because I am not Jules. I am not. I don't wish you ill will, but I know that your fascination for things on social media is completely different than mine. I can't sit through live streams where they're just sitting there bashing people and yelling about it and playing it and expecting things like nobody can turn back time. So what is it that people are really wanting? I mean, if this person's not around anymore or this person hasn't said it, what is it that you want? Like, ask yourself that. Jules, what do you want from me? Do you want me to not go to live streams and of other people who've had cancer and ask their advice? What is it? What is it? What is it? I mean, ask yourselves. Because I really don't want to talk about anybody badly. I mean, sure, I love encouraging people and saying, wow, this is great about this is great about that. But when everything that I'm seeing in these channels and everything that they're like the chat is saying, I'm blown away. There's no reason why every comment in your chats when should keep being SG, 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 SG. There's no reason for that. I don't even understand how that can't get repetitive. Watching Roar keep saying, you know, you're making fun of a 55-year-old woman with stage 4 cancer. Like, how much is that going to be funny? How's that even funny in the first place? To mimic the truth? Are you guys going to keep doing that? Like, God forbid, if I did die, would that be funny in your live streams? Would it be? I mean, I'm just curious. You could say yes, I guess, if that's how you want to. So, when people go around and they like demand apologies and they demand accountability and they demand this, they demand that. I don't know about you guys, but basically, I'll apologize, like I'm quick to apologize if and when I realize I was wrong, if I was wrong, and I feel I was wrong, I'll apologize. I feel like, when other people get involved and they go, they need to take accountability for, what they said to this person and apologize to everyone. It's like, first of all, even listening, like when Keish said she had been warned about me. That is like a constant. Bob also said it. Like every single person has said they were warned about me. I'm dying to know from who. I mean, from who? Who? Do you know how much that pisses me off? Like, warned. I'm dying to know from who. Because that right there is the person who, I mean, fuck, man. Jeez. Every single person, every single, like, newcomer to the community says the same thing. They were warned about me. Well, no, ministry, but I'm curious because the thing is, ministry, is it doesn't change the fact that this has happened. All this has happened, ministry. All of it. Like there's YouTube, and, somebody says, oh, I'm going to make myself a little YouTube channel. And, they do, and then they get cancer. And, like, when you're thinking to yourself, nobody in the world would ever say, you're not dead yet? Or write cue ball, or superimpose your face on a monk. And these people whom, you had known for, like 2 years in the social media world, that were all, seemingly normal, were putting up, laughing emojis and saying, and they know it's not true. They're saying, well, it's not the cancer, it's because she's an asshole beforehand. That's not true. I'm not an asshole now. We can all be assholes, but never in a million years. And the same with anybody who gets anything on here. Would you ever think, like, okay, say somebody overweight, right? Ministry. Remember you calling me saying, and I had already called my daughter and told her to take my GoFundMe down. Remember though what brought you to think that and call me? So you must have known how serious it was that on my birthday you felt the need to call me first thing in the morning and say, you got to remove your GoFundMe. Now I'll sit and I'll see, people with cancer or something else or anything at all, put up a GoFundMe. But from November 12th, 2020, that GoFundMe was harassed. And I'm just like any other cancer patient. But see, I might, yeah, oh yeah, because ain't that crazy, ministry? Because we knew Luna and Bobbles. I'm not fighting with Bobbles or anything or bringing on anything up. I'm just saying that the next day, it was a whole big thing. Yep, her GoFundMe got removed because it was fraudulent. If anybody wants to get their money back, contact Luna and she'll tell you. But it wasn't fraudulent. It isn't fraudulent. There was nothing about any of that was fraudulent. And yet you never brought it to that. Why didn't you, Luna? Why didn't you? If it was fraudulent and you put all that fucking time and effort into it, why didn't you? If it's a go fraud, come on. Why didn't you? Why didn't you? Why didn't you do it? I noticed your friends fucking sharing out another video of yours from a year ago, trying to start shit again. When I'm pissed off that somebody's harassing my kid and the bitch wouldn't remove it. Why didn't you? Or any of them? Where is it? I see it a lot. Oh, this person in fake cancer, GoFundMe, they're arrested. Come on. Where is it? You've done it to me since then. Where is it? Jules, I have you saying I had Munchausen syndrome and was running a racket. November 12th, 2020. Where's the racket? See, because I'm not suicidal. So what's with the fake well-being checks? Why not? Come on, this scam. Call current affair or whatever. I don't even know current affairs so much. Come on. Remember, Luna? Doesn't add up, remember? Well, come on. That's the thing that kills me. Like, Cindy, don't call me a grifter and say what occurred between Prudently and I if you can't prove it. But you shouldn't even know. See, that you can prove. You shouldn't know anything about what went on between Prudently and I. Because at $10 a month paying somebody back, if it was $175, I still wouldn't even be done paying her back. See? 35 days at $10 a month does not $100 or $175 make. So the math don't work there. She never held back the fact, pay me back when you can, right? No. Small increments monthly. There's no grift here, Cindy. There isn't. You also know that at the time that you and I fell out, in my opinion, a certain person was probably doing a lot of the things they're doing now. Oh, this person's in there. Oh, that person's in there. Oh, they won't be. Okay? That's probably why you and I are fighting. All I know is I'm not the type of person who wants to feel like I said, you know, and here's the thing, like with Bama, even, Bama, stop it. You know that unless I was some, I don't know, ogre, what kind of a person would I be if I didn't wish the best for you and your child every minute of the day? I mean, I certainly would never say just because she's wearing a big old toboggan on her head and is bald that the chemotherapy doesn't hurt, you know. I mean, and I think you look great, Karen. I do. I think you look great. I mean, if I were you and you were me, I'd be saying that you're talking about cancer too fucking much, but I would never say. But see, Karen, I don't know why, but you just never like, you know what I mean? And that's okay. I just don't even understand why you spring out of nowhere and be like, SG never shuts the fuck up about cancer. After you just made a beautiful video of yourself looking wonderful and sport and, shaved head. I mean, you look great. Beautiful. You look absolutely stunning. That it really hurts my heart to like try to wrap my head around wishing such wellness for you, knowing that, I mean, I don't know, like, I can't wrap my head around it anyway. I'd never say that. Anyway, but Karen, I think you look stunning, you look beautiful, you really do. And Amabel, I hope nothing but the best for you, Courtney, um, Janelle, Tish. Like I said, I hope you accept my apology. Um, I mean, I don't like to think I have haters, and I don't like people to think that I hate them, and I don't. I don't. So I truly hope the best for all of us in the future. And I don't know. I just, it'd be nice if people could just, kind of let people move on from things, and one group makes up, or not group, or people, whatever, that they don't have to be called like flip floppers or this, that, and the other thing, and then for this other person, oh, that's so nice, forgiveness. I mean, really, or you know, seriously, if Irv wanted a drone and Sharon asked for it, or if Irv didn't want a drone and Sharon asked for it, and somebody bought her a drone, well, big deal. Big deal. So they bought her a drone. I mean, people make their own decisions. It's not about like how you feel about it, or how we feel about it, or anything like that. It's really just between those two people. And I know some people might do it specifically to be ignorant, and be like, yeah, so I'm gonna waste money on this, that for just to be in spite of that. Oh well. Right. I mean, if that's how they want to be. As I said, I'm gonna really try to make this be the last time that I address people other than if I see something good that they do, just to, to say encouragement. I really want to try to move on and be allowed to move on and live my life. These people will say, who wants to live the rest of life doing this, doing that? Well, how about you just don't bother people? I mean, that'd be great. Like, that'd be really great. I can only imagine that, there'll probably be people that will say to Tish, oh, she apologized to you for blah, blah, she only did it for this, this, this. No, I did it because I felt it necessary for within myself. I don't want anybody thinking I'm a racist or a douchebag like that, saying that, mom and mom, I am sincerely apologetic for that, and I can only hope that you'll forgive me. But please don't let your decision. That doesn't mean that we gotta be besties, or you can you know not continue to feel the way you feel. I don't know. You can do whatever you want, but it would mean a lot to me if you, even if you decide to not accept it, if you realize that it is sincere. Good night, ministry. It is sincere, and if anybody tries to sit there telling you blah blah blah, you make your own decision. You know. But I myself, as for with Tiffany M and anybody else, I'm not. It's not about being buddy buddies with people or anything. Hi, Mr. Tim. It's just about living peacefully. That's all it is. How are you, Mr. Tim? Your back, your front, from my leg to my rump. See, I know that there's like a dirtier word that rhymes, but I'm not gonna your front, your back. Your coochie is so whack. I don't even know. My address? No. It's so fucked up with you, Mr. Kemp. You wanna know why? Because I saw you. This was like a week ago. Bashing the shit out of me somewhere. Bashing the shit out of me. In crystals. And I mean, like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, seriously, what the fuck? Like, I mean, really, you were. No, you weren't. You were. You weren't. You were making a fool out of me. And, and, and I'm like, I think we were even on the phone at the same time. Like having a conversation about, Virginia Beach. You were talking. I mean, like a friend conversation, not about YouTube or anything. And you were fucking bashing the shit out of me. And the reason why we called Earth three-way is because he was sitting in a live stream bashing the shit out of me. And I said, call him. I said, call him. Like, why the fuck is Earth sitting there bashing the shit out of me in this live stream here? And he goes, oh, well, they were saying that you were saying stuff, so I was just going along with it. And I was like, but I wasn't saying stuff. So why the fuck are you going along with it? Then he proceeds to say how, I mean, this motherfucker was immediately texting all of these fucking people, after that happened with her. He's into the drama. And I'm telling the guy, look, Earth, I really have stage 4 cancer. I don't care how much your friend there wants to fucking make fun and say all this shit. But I would really fucking appreciate it, Earth, if you were not partaking and slamming me in these live streams. I don't do anything to you. It wasn't a fucking asking for money. You think I'm going to ask that motherfucker for money? You mean you, Mr. Jim? Well, you were sitting over there in that live stream, and I believe we were on the phone with each other. Like, what the fuck would I ask him for money? As if I wouldn't think he wouldn't tell that fucking stupid bitch. I mean, really? And yet you're running around with that. Same with the picture. Oh, doesn't that look like SG? Oh, this will be some good ammo to have. I mean, you ever think maybe I got enough on my plate? I don't see you running around saying, oh, look, doesn't this look like Sharon? Oh, Sharon called this person and asked and begging them for. I don't see you doing that. What do you feel like because people fucking dog on me all the time? Like, what's one more person? Especially when she thinks I'm her friend. Kill two birds with one stone, like hurt with words and then actually with feelings because she thinks I'm her friend. Like while we're sitting on the phone, literally, I go back and look, and you were sitting there saying, bullshit. And I literally have, where in one fucking account of it, it was, I called you to call him and ask for it. Then next thing, it's a three-way call. All that because I didn't like her sitting there saying that Meth G wants the big kielbasa. Oh, I believe the wish was closed. It's fine, thank you. Let's go hang out with Slums and SG's chat. Wow. Wow, I didn't even know you said that. I didn't see that. Where was that? What the fuck, man? Wow. You were saying that in a chat somewhere? Wow. So do you agree? Well, actually, it kind of just makes it look like you're slumming it and you didn't have anywhere else to go. It might have looked good that you were still my friend talking to me, but now it just kind of looks like you had nowhere else to type or go, so you're slumming it. That's kind of how it looks. Well, if everyone says if you hang out with SG, you're no good, could that be why nobody types in here? Would you agree? I mean, didn't you go through quite a lot, like you're saying, when you type in here? So anyway, gestures are all that I have. Sometimes they must be grand in nature. And while I occasionally step over the line and into the world of the melodramatic, it is what I must do in order to communicate clearly and effectively, in order to make my point understood without question. I have no words I can rely on, because, much to my dismay, my tongue was designed long and flat and loose, and therefore it's a horribly ineffective tool for pushing food around my mouth, and an even less effective tool for making clever and complicated sounds that can be linked together to form sentences. And that's why I'm here now, waiting for Denny to come home. He should be here soon, lying on the cool tiles of the kitchen floor in a puddle of my own urine. I'm old, and while I'm very capable of getting older, that's not the way I want to go out, shot full of pain medication and steroids to reduce the swelling of my joints, vision fogged with cataracts, puffy plasticky packages of doggy depends stocked in the pantry. I'm sure Denny would get me one of those little wagons I've seen on the streets, the ones that cradle the hindquarters so a dog can drag his ass behind him when things start to fail. That's humiliating and degrading. I'm not sure if it's worse than dressing up a dog for Halloween. But it's close. No, I wouldn't do that. I'd rather him just be a friend that was like a friend that, you know, I mean, I don't know. It's not a big deal. You know, I wouldn't want anybody to be my little bitch boy. You know? Denny would do it out of love, of course. I'm sure he would keep me alive as long as he possibly could. My body deteriorating, disintegrating around me, dissolving until there's nothing left but my brain, floating in a glass jar filled with clear liquid. My eyeballs drifting at the surface and all sorts of cables and tubes feeding what remains. But I don't want to be kept alive because I know what's next. I've seen it on TV. A documentary I saw about Mongolia, of all places. It was the best thing I've ever seen on television, other than the 1993 Grand Prix of Europe, of course. The greatest automobile race of all time, in which Ayrton Senna proved himself to be a genius in the rain. After the 1993 Grand Prix, the best thing I've ever seen on TV is a documentary that explained everything to me, made it all clear, told the whole truth. When a dog is finished living his lifetimes as a dog, his next incarnation will be as a man. I've always felt almost human. I've always known that there's something about me that's different than other dogs. Sure, I'm stuffed into a dog's body, but that's just the shell. It's what's inside that's important. The soul. And my soul is very human. I am ready to become, I'm going to say a human, not a man. I'm going to say human, because they could be female or male, right? I'm ready to become a human now, though I realize I will lose all that I have been, all of my memories, all of my experiences. I would like to take them with me into my next life. There is so much I have gone through with the Swift family. No, I was talking about a story. It's a story. But I have little say in the matter. What can I do but force myself to remember? Try to imprint what I know on my soul, a thing that has no surface, no sides, no pages, no form of any kind. Carry it so deeply in the pockets of my existence that when I open my eyes and look down at my new hands with their thumbs that are able to close tightly around their fingers, I will already know. I will already see. The door opens, and I hear him with his familiar cry, Yozo! Usually I can't help but put aside my pain and hoist myself to my feet, wag my tail, swing my tongue around, and shove my face into his crotch. It takes human-like willpower to hold back on this particular occasion, but I do. I hold back. I don't get up. I'm acting. Enzo? I hear his footsteps, the concern in his voice. He finds me and looks down. I lift my head, wag my tail feebly, so it taps against the floor. I play the part. He shakes his head and runs his hand through his hair, sets down the plastic bag from the grocery that has his dinner in it. I can smell roast chicken through the plastic. Oh, Enzo, he says. He reaches down to me, crouches, touches my head like he does, along the crease behind my ear, and I lift my head and lick at his forearm. What happened, kid? He asks. Gestures can't explain. Can you get up? I try and I scramble. My heart takes off, lunges ahead, because no, I can't. I panic. I thought I was just acting, but I really can't get up. Shit. Life imitating art. Take it easy, kid, he says, pressing down on my chest to calm me. I've got you. He lifts me easily. He cradles me, and I can smell the day on him. I can smell everything he's done. The auto shop, where he's behind the counter all day. Standing, making nice with the customers who yell at him because their BMWs don't work right, and it costs too much to fix them, and that makes them mad, so they have to yell at someone. I can smell his lunch. He went to the Indian buffet he likes. All you can eat. It's cheap, and sometimes he takes a container with him and steals extra portions of the tandoori chicken. I can smell beer. He stopped somewhere, the Mexican restaurant. I could smell the tortilla chips on his breath. Now it makes sense. Usually I'm excellent with elapsed time, but I wasn't paying attention because of my emoting. He places me gently in the tub and turns on the handheld shower thing and says, "Easy, Enzo." He says, "Sorry I was late. I should have come straight home, but the guys from work insisted. I told Craig I was quitting, and..." He trails off, and I realize that he thinks that my accident was because he was late. Oh no, that's not how it was meant. It's so hard to communicate because there are so many moving parts. There's presentation and there's interpretation, and they're so dependent on each other. It makes it very difficult. I didn't want him to feel bad about this. I wanted him to see the obvious, that it's okay for him to let me go. He's been going through so much, and he's finally through it. He needs to not have me around to worry about anymore. He needs me to free him to be brilliant. He is so brilliant. He shines. He's beautiful with his hands that grab things, and his tongue that says things, and the way he stands and chews his food for so long. I will miss him and little Zoe, and I know they will miss me, but I can't let sentimentality cloud my grand plan. After this happens, Denny will be free to live his life, and I will return to Earth in a new form, as a human, and I will find him and shake his hand and comment on how talented he is. And then I will wink at him and say, "Enzo says hello," and turn and walk quickly away as he calls after me, "Do I know you? Have we met before?" After the bath, he cleans the kitchen floor while I watch. He gives me my food, which I eat too quickly. He sets me up in front of the TV while he prepares his dinner. "How about a tape?" he says. "Yes, a tape," I reply. But of course he doesn't hear me. He puts in a video from one of his races, and he turns it on and we watch. It's one of my favorites. The racetrack is dry for the pace lap, and then just after the green flag is waved, indicating the start of the race, there is a wall of rain, a torrential downpour that engulfs the track, and all the cars around him spin out of control into the fields, and he drives through them as if the rain didn't fall on him. like he had a magic spell that cleared water from his path, just like the 1993 Grand Prix of Europe, when Senna passed 4 cars on the opening lap. Hi, Esperanza. 4 of the best championship drivers in their championship cars, Schumacher, Wendlinger, Hill, Proust, and he passed them all like he had a magical spell. Denny is as good as Ayrton Senna, but no one sees him because he has responsibilities. He has his daughter Zoe, and he had his wife Eve, who was sick until she died, and he has me. And he lives in Seattle when he should live somewhere else. He has a job, but sometimes when he goes away, he comes back with a trophy, and he shows it to me and tells me all about his races and how he shone on the track and taught those other drivers in Sonoma or Texas or mid-Ohio what driving in wet weather is really all about. When the tape is over, he says, "Let's go out." And I struggle to get up. He lifts my butt into the air and centers my weight over my legs, and then I'm okay. To show him, I rub my muzzle against his thigh. There's my Enzo. We leave our apartment. The night is sharp, cool, and breezy and clear. We only go down the block and back because my hips hurt so much, and Denny knows. When we get back, he gives me my bedtime cookies, and I curl into my bed on the floor next to his. He picks up the phone and dials. "Mike," he says. Mike is Denny's friend from the shop where they both work behind the counter. Customer relations, they call it. Mike's a little guy with friendly hands. He says, "Mike, can you cover for me tomorrow? I have to take Enzo to the vet again." We've been going to the vet a lot recently to get different medicines that are supposed to help make me more comfortable, but they don't really. And since they don't, and considering all that went on yesterday, I've set the master plan in motion. Then he stops talking for a minute, and when he starts again, his voice doesn't sound like his. It's rough, like when he has a cold or allergies. "I don't know," he says. "I'm not sure it's going to be a round-trip visit. I may not be able to form words, but I understand them." And I am surprised by what he says. Even though I set it up, for a moment, I'm surprised my plan is working. It is the best thing for all involved. I know it's the right thing for Denny to do. He's done so much for me, my whole life. I owe him the gift of setting him free, letting him ascend. We had a good run, and now it's over. What's wrong with that? I close my eyes and listen vaguely in a half sleep, listening as he does the things he does before he goes to sleep each night. Brushing and splashing, so many things. People and their rituals. They cling to things so hard sometimes. I think that's true. But I think it's okay. I think it's really okay to all of a sudden recognize and realize that, hey, I want to live to brush my teeth another day. It's just like something simple. I heard somebody saying in a live stream the other day, how they were so mad because they work for a cancer, whatever, like something, and they know women who really have lost their hair from cancer, how they've gone out and how it feels and all this stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, shut up. You know what you're saying is disgusting. Because this particular person, I've seen them around before. They've been around. They know. They know. And yet they still want to type something like that. As if I would do something like that. Now, if I would, and you're so disgusted, I implore you, please, by this time, one of you guys, and I'm not saying everybody has been this way, I'm saying the people who have had the audacity to say, grifter, go fraud me, scammer, anything at all like that, by this point now, could you please have me prosecuted for that? Or try to? I mean, you're really making a really big accusation, and I really, just have to say, I only wish the best for everyone, for everyone. And from this day forward, if people could really, spend their time trying to, I don't know, if you could find something you like in somebody that you just don't like, but find something you like in them, maybe that might be a step towards finding something you like in people. But when people say, I don't know, I just came in and I just did not like that person, I didn't like that person, well, then that's a problem with you. If you're running around just hating people and then making it your like, mission to hate them, well, then you gotta, like, figure that out in yourself, and I can't ever make you, stop whatever you do or whatever, but I'm never going to stop defending myself, and I'm never going to stop talking about my journey. I'm never going to stop noticing good things, loving music, appreciating people if they've introduced me to something that's a good song and I didn't know it before, or if they've given me some helpful information, or just even a thumbs up. I just want to find the good things and the positive things in life. And it's fine if somebody doesn't want to, or somebody else doesn't want to, but could you just live and let live? Please, I assure you, there's probably way better things that you would be so, so, I don't know, happy to talk about and share wonderful things. Because if finding, if sitting there and calling somebody names, or, this, that, and the other thing is what makes you happy, That was sad. So sad. Peace, love, and tacos, and have a wonderful day. And I appreciate you all. And really, encourage people, be kind, say something nice. Say something nice. Really. People just never know. The next minute. Live your life as if somebody else's life depended on it. Maybe just simply not saying mean things about somebody for one day. Would be like, that wasn't so hard. And for them, it might be like, oh, thank God, one less person. Right? I mean, I don't know. I'm just giving an example. But I really hope everybody feels wonderful about themselves and has a wonderful day. And absolutely love yourself, because that's what matters. And then try to inspire others to love themselves too. Even if it means just not saying anything bad about them. You don't have to love them. You don't have to even like them, but just don't hurt them. Peace, love, and tacos.